ბათუმი კიდევ ერთი საჭადრაკო ზეიმის მასპინძელია. 5-12 ივნისი. მსოფლიო ახალგაზრდული ჩემპიონატი სწრაფ და ელვისებურ ჭადრაკში. პლანეტის 457 ნიჭიერი მოჭადრაკე FIDE-ს უმნიშვნელოვანეს ღონისძიებაში.
მოხარული ვარ, რომ ბათუმი როგორც საერთაშორისო ღონისძიებების მასპინძელი ქალაქი წელსაც უმასპინძლებს ჭადრაკის მსოფლიო ჩემპიონატს და წარმატებები მინდა უსურვო 38 ქვეყნის მონაწილეებს ამ ჩემპიონატში.
გაიმარჯვებს ის, ვინც მოულოდნელ გამოწვევებსაც კი სწრაფად და სწორად უპასუხებს.
Hello dear chess friends, welcome to Batumi. I am Grandmaster Valeri and Gaprindashvili and we will start our live broadcasting. We have two great events happening in Batumi. Today starts the friendly match of champions between Ukrainian and Georgian chess players, and also tomorrow we are starting the World Rapid and Blitz Championship under different age categories from 8 till 18. We have 40 countries there and there are around 500 participants. So, shortly about our tournament, which starts today. This is a friendly match, as I told you, and the participants are from Georgian side, Nino Batsiashvili and Meri Arabidze, and from Ukrainian side, this is sisters, the strongest ones, Anna and Mariya Muzychuk. We have 6-round tournaments. It means that each of the pair there will play 6 rounds, 3 rounds with black and 3 rounds with white, and we have here Muzychuk Anna against Arabidze Meri and Muzychuk Mariya against Batsiashvili Nino. Now, brief description of our participants. So I will start with the guests. This is Mariya Muzychuk from Ukraine with rating 25-15, who is the world women champion in years 2015 and 16. She is the world Olympiad champion, also the prize winner of European and World Women Team Championships. Next is Anna Muzychuk from Ukraine, also with the rating 25-04. She is a World Women Champion in Rapid and Blitz, by the way, multiple times. Also, we have she is a World Olympiad Champion and the prize winner of European and World Team Championship. Now we go to the Georgian chess players. I will start with Nino Batsiashvili from Georgia with the rating 24-67. She is the winner of World Women Team Championship in 2015. She is a prize winner of European Women Championship multiple times. Also prize winner of World Olympiad, also multiple times, by the way. Also prize winner of European and World Team Championships. The first female chess player who drew the official game against Magnus Carlsen. And Mariya Arabidze from Georgia with the rating 24-41. She is the current European champion of this year, the winner of World Women Team Championship in 2015, the prize winner of World Olympiad multiple times, and she is a prize winner of European and World Team Championships. She is also World and European champion in different age categories. So as you see, we have the amazing participants in this tournament, and now we can go to the games and let's take a look what's going on there. So let's start. Let's start with Muzychuk Mariya against Batsiashvili Nino. We had the following moves happened here. E4, So, as I told you, Muzychuk Mariya is a white colors against Batsiashvili Nino. So, they will play 6 games between each other. So, they are not switching the opponents. There will be the same opponent till the end of the tournament. So, Mariya and Nino will play 6 games between each other. From that will be 3 games with white, 3 games with black. So, the first game, Mariya is with white. She played e4. Where Nino answered with c5, knight f3, and knight c6. So the Sicilian beginning, just only 2 moves has done, and as I see, Mariya played the move here, and this is d4. Yes, sure. So nothing unexpected is happening here. Nino capture on d4, knight takes d4. Okay, now let's go to another game where we have Muzychuk Anna playing against Arabidze Meri. So here the same thing is happening. They are playing the 6 rounds between each other. 3 games they will play with a white and black, each of them. Yes. So today Anna is white. So let's see how it was happening from the beginning. It was e4, e5. Meri answered with e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5. It goes to the Spanish game. a6, bishop a4, knight f6, castle, bishop e7, d3, b5, bishop b3, d6, a3, castle, knight c3. Okay, here is also nothing unexpected happening in the opening. We have the typical Spanish defense here. And let's see how they will continue. And there another move happened between Muzychuk Mariya and Batsiashvili Nino. This is e5. This is e5 line from the Sicilian defense. Knight b5. Okay. Let's see how Nino reacts on knight b5. She played d6. The regular move, which is actually the basic move here in this position. So I will tell you shortly more information about the tournament that we start tomorrow. This is the World Blitz and Rapid Championship. It is an open and the girls section, starting from age under 8, ending till the age 18. So it means that it will be the different categories. It will be under 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, and 18. And we have a plenty number of the players. It is about 500 players participating in that event. And Batumi is hosting. Generally, this city is hosting a lot of big events, and actually it is very nice to be in this city, mostly in the period of summer, as we know that it is a very beautiful city with the seaside. We have it 10 meters from the hotel and playing a venue, so I think the participants will enjoy with the good weather here and have a nice time, and of course they will do their best at the chessboard. The round will start every day at 3 p.m. local time. So champions match, the friendly champions match, and the World Rapid and Blitz Cadets will start on the same time. It will be 3 p.m. local time. Okay, we have couple moves on the board. The last move Mariya played, that was bishop g5. Nino answered with a6. We can see them on video, knight a3. So they are playing the part of the opening quite fast. It means that they are well prepared, we can say like that. So this kind of positions, abstractly, the evaluation of these positions is slightly better for white, but it's of course absolutely playable with black. and everything depends on how they will play in the middle game and maybe later in the end game also. So the time control in this tournament is 1.5 hours for 14 moves, then 13 minutes till the end of the game with the extra 30 seconds on each move. As it is a friendly match, I will just mention that the opponents could offer the draw anytime they like, so we don't have the rules of 20 or 30 moves in this tournament, again and again, because it is a friendly match and they can offer the draw anytime they like. Okay, now let's go to Anna's and Meri's game. They have some moves played here. After b5, bishop b3, d6. That was the last position that we took a look at. a3, castle, knight c3. Yes, sorry, that was the last position we saw. After that, Meri played bishop g4, bishop e3, knight d4, bishop takes d4, and Meri did e takes d4, of course. It's quite interesting position is happening in this game. Knight d5. It's interesting what Meri will choose here to play. It seems like she did knight d7. Of course, here was an interesting another move to play a5. That was the option, I think so. But knight d7 is also okay, so let's see what happened there. Knight d7. So Meri is threatening to play knight e5 on the next move to damage the pawn structure of white on the king side. She wants to play knight e5, so I think h3 should be the best move for white. h3, take on f3, definitely take on f3, then c6. So for example, I'm offering this line for white to play h3, bishop takes f3, queen takes f3, and c6. The position is very close to equal. Let's see what Anna will play there. So last position we have is this, knight d7, last move that Meri played. You can see them on camera. This is Anna Muzychuk with the white and Meri Arabidze in the top of the video. You can see how she is playing, how she is thinking on the opponent's move. It seems like c6 move, knight d7 move, what Meri played, the last move, she played knight d7, was a little bit unexpected for Anna, as Anna started thinking there. Maybe she was waiting for a5, but still the position is very close to equal with the slightly better chances for a white. Let's take a look at Mariya's and Nino's game. The last move Nino Batsiashvili played was b5. And after b5, Mariya also started thinking. Until that, she was playing quite quickly, so she decided to play knight d5 here. So for this moment, Mariya has 1 hour 21 minutes and Nino has 1 hour 32 minutes. We can see them on the video. Nino was walking around, she just sit there and will do her move. Bishop e7. The most obvious move, as the f6 knight was hanging. So as I already told you, this is a position with a slightly better chances for white, mostly very close to equal. So Mariya captured on f6. And what is the typical idea in this opening is that black has kind of bad dark square bishop, and whites are trying to using that fact. But actually there is nothing so special connected to that. I mean, it's not a special weakness and anything important, too important for black. But still, that bishop is a little bit weak. Also, d6 pawn is a weakness. And based on that, whites are trying to get some advantage. Mariya played quite active move. This is c4. I think the black has to answer with b4 and then do just a castle. I think that will be the best option because if the black capture on c4, then the white has an option to capture there with a bishop or even with the knight to develop and improve their pieces. So as I told you, Nino played b4 in the game. Yes, we have b4 here, and knight c2. So probably just a castle. Just a castle will be okay for black. I don't think that a b4 pawn is hanging after castle. But just in case, it's a5 is also possible. And that castle is not running anywhere. They can do the castle on the next move. They did castle right now, as I told you. I don't think that the b4 pawn is hanging, but it's very interesting anyway what's going on if the white capture that. So, for example, take on b4, the black can capture on b4, capture on b4, and how to get the compensation here, that's a very interesting thing. Maybe with a simple queen b6. Queen b6 with the idea later to play a5. Yeah, like this. The knight could not go back on d5 because b2 pawn is hanging. And if the knight goes on d3, it will be quite passive piece there, where the black's gonna have the compensation for sure. Let's see what decision will do. What will Mariya decide in this position? Until that, let's go to Anna's and Meri's game. So, as we are suggesting for white to play h3, that's what happened in the game. And Anna is thinking, I am sure she is thinking, maybe take on e7 first and then take on f3, but I don't think it is necessary, and she could just capture with the queen on f3 first. with a slightly better, as we are already saying. Okay, even if they capture on e7 first and then take on f3, that's slightly better position for white, but without any special troubles for black. Here we have Mariya did the move. She played bishop e2. And the position is very close to equal. The black's position after the opening, we can see is we can say that it's absolutely okay. So, for example, they can play rook b8, and on castle they can play bishop g5 to activate that bishop a little bit. So that happened in the game. Or not yet. No, not yet. Not yet. So on castle, bishop g5. This is what we are suggesting in this position for black. Bishop on g5 is not a bad piece anymore. Okay, let's see what Nino will play in this position. This position we are having on the board for now. And we have some moves done in the game between Anna and Meri. Let's see what happened after bishop takes f3. Anna captured on e7. On e7 captured back from Meri, and queen takes f3. This is a position we are having right now on the board between Anna Muzychuk and Meri Arabidze. Yes, that's correct. This is a position. I think the black could improve their queen side by playing c5 and later play knight b6. That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, the position is very close to equal, but Meri is thinking. Meri is thinking, and we will see what she will choose to play here in this position. Nino also played her move against Mariya, and Mariya answered after bishop e6. She played castle. Okay, I don't know how necessary was bishop e6 to develop the bishop there. Maybe for now we can wait a little bit and first play rook b8, bishop g5, as I was saying, to improve the bishop from g5. But okay, Nino decided to play bishop e6. Okay, rook b8 or a5. Actually, the dead pawn is already, I think the pawn is already hanging on b4, so now it's necessary to play a5 or rook b8. Maybe a5 is better. So, for example, if I play a5 with black, I don't think that knight f6 is dangerous for black, because we will just capture back with the queen. Of course, we're going to sacrifice that pawn on d6 without any doubts. That will be absolutely okay for black. No, Nino made another decision. So instead of a5, she captured on d5. She captures on d5. Interesting decision. I was He wasn't thinking actually about that to capture the bishop, to capture the knight like that with the bishop, as white could have some space in the center after taking on d5. It's already interesting. It seems like it is a kind of preparation from Nino, because she is sacrificing that pawn again and again. I mean that, for example, if we capture on d5 with the pawn and then capture on b4, yeah, what I was saying, I was just thinking about taking on d5 here. I think knight d4 is the best, and then capture on b4. I'm not sure we have a full compensation here with black. Let's see what Mariya will decide to do here. Mariya actually has to think here. She has to think. That was quite unexpected move. Bishop takes d5. I was not even thinking about that move, as I already told you. Yeah, I think Mariya has to accept that sacrificing and capture on d5 with the c pawn, and on knight d4 take on b4. I think here white should have some advantage. Yeah, interesting moment. You see Mariya is thinking and deciding how to continue. On another board between Anna and Meri, we have this position after the move number 15. Or no, there was a move played. No, it was not any move played there. We are looking at the different. Yes, here we are. Here we have Meri with the black colors, and she is thinking after the queen f3 that Anna made the last move. And now let's see what she will decide. As I told you, the best seems to me to play c5. I mean, I'm talking about the plan and the idea for black. This is c5, rook c8, knight b6. So maybe let's start with rook c8 first, or even play c5 immediately. I don't see any special troubles here for black. Okay, this is a moment when the chess players ended up the opening, and now they are deciding what to do next. And it could, okay, I think they will take a time. They will take a time for their decisions. Mostly Mariya. Mariya has a decisive, kind of decisive moment. It's a first decisive moment in the game, where she has to decide, take that pawn on b4 or not. I mean, accept the sacrificing or not. I think it is acceptable, and they could capture on b4, and she could capture on b4. But let's see, maybe Mariya will try to be more safe and solid, because it looks like that Nino is well prepared on this line, as she played quite fast. She has 1 hour 30 minutes on her clocks. It means that she spent only a couple minutes to get to this position. It is move number 14. It means that it was about 7 minutes delay on her clock. I mean that 14 times 30 seconds, it's going to be 7 minutes. So she get to this position in 7 minutes. This is quite few compared to Mariya, mostly compared to the opponent. She has 1 hour 13 minutes on the clock, and this is a very nice picture we are having on video on the cameras. We are looking at young chess lovers, visitors of the champions match, and it is glad to see that the young generation is interested in chess in Georgia. And okay, we have to say that chess is one of the popular sports in Georgia, developing all the time, improving all the time, and getting the new generations in it. So also I like to say that we have chess as a subject of the curriculum in schools, which started last year from the first grade, and from this year we're planning it to have on the second grade also, and this is an excellent method of developing the chess all around the country, because you know that any country has not only the big cities and towns, every country has their villages, you know, and so on, and it is very important to have the chess everywhere, to bring it to everybody, everyone in any corner of the country. And this project is helping that too much, because in every school we have chess as a subject of the school, having it in the curriculum. Okay, now let's go back to our games. As you see, Mariya is still thinking, and Anna got the move from Meri. Meri played c6. She played c6. Actually, we were talking about a different thing. We were talking about rook c8 and c5, which seems to me a little bit more active, to create some counterplay on the queen side. Okay, I love counterplays. I love counterplays. c6 is kind of a too solid move. But if Meri will continue like that, she has to be careful, because step by step, slightly better position for white could get to the advantage if black will not create the counterplay and their game on the queen side. But there is another strategy also which could be chosen from Meri. This is tapping the opponent's plan, and let's see how she will do that. For now, she played c6. It's a little bit, okay, let's say that it is a little bit passive move, and she had a more active idea connected to pushing c5, supporting it with a rook c8 and knight b6. This is move number 15, and both of the players spent equal time, almost equal time, and they have around 1 hour 20 minutes on the clock. It's very interesting how to improve the position with the white. So maybe it's possible to play queen g3 later with f4. That makes sense, to play queen g3 and get more space on the king side with f4. Yeah, slightly better. Nothing is changing, it is slightly better. Let's see how they will continue there. Okay, Mariya captured with the c pawn on d5. Yes, we have this position on the board. Nino answered with knight d4, and Mariya is making the final decision to accept that pawn sacrificing or not. I think she has to. She has to, otherwise the position will be just equal. So I think they have to take on b4. And I'm not sure about the compensation for black. I don't think the black has a full compensation there. Now we see them on the camera. It is white to move. That's also the chance to give back that pawn. I just got this line. So for example, take on take on b4, and after queen b6, to give back that pawn with knight c6, as if the black captured that. That has to be advantage for white, as d6 pawn is quite weak and the white has an extra pawn on the queen side. I think they can play here queen d3 and then double up on d file. That will be the advantage for white. So I am on the same mind. Mariya has to capture on b4 and accept that sacrificing. Actually, interesting moment in the game. Quite interesting moment. Yes, otherwise if the white capture on d4, of course that makes no sense. Oops. I was not on time to finish talking about knight takes d4, and Mariya captured on d4. For me it's a little bit strange decision. It will be very interesting to ask them after the game to do some comments about this moment where the white could capture on b4. And okay, I will tell you in advance that we have the guests after the game. They will visit us and they will share their comments and feelings about the game. And we will be, of course, glad to hear what they will share with us and tell us. E takes d4, of course. Let's see what Mariya will play here. Maybe she just decides to be just solid and not risky. Could be. Of course, the white's position is still slightly better, but okay, being pawn up makes another sense. So after queen d2, for example, then bishop d3, white's position is slightly better, of course, but compared to knight takes b4, it's absolutely another type of position. And for me, knight b4, and for everybody else, well, knight b4 was more interesting. Okay, she played queen d3. Every move I said, Mariya is doing absolutely different. So maybe something wrong with me. Maybe something is wrong with me. Somehow I thought that queen d2 was the best and to put the bishop on d3 and later play f4. But she decided to play queen d3. I don't think that it's a lucky place for the queen on d3. I think the queen on d2 will be more flexible and bishop on d3. Later to play f4, of course. Okay, black could just connect the rooks to each other, playing queen d7. Then rook fc8. Okay, in these kind of positions, I love to say that it smells of draw. It already smells like that. Okay, let's go to another game. Anna Muzychuk against Arabidze Meri. Anna is with white, as we know, and they already played couple moves after c6. Anna played queen e2, knight c5, queen e2. Queen e2 is interesting, yeah? I was considering queen g3. Okay, anyway, queen e2, knight c5, bishop a2, and knight a4. As you see, Meri activated her knight. So she is looking for the counterplay, which is actually one of the best decisions always in any position. So the game is very close to equal, very close to equal. I hope the friendly match does not mean that they will do draws and we have some complicated games in this tournament, and enjoy with that. For now, they have a very quiet games where nothing special is happening from both of the sides. Yes, it's very close to equal. As knight a4 is a quite strong piece. White could not play b3 ever, right? Because of the knight c3, the strongest square for the knight on c3, and also b3 is blocking the white's own bishop, so they will never play b3. In that case, b2 pawn is under the attack, where the rook has to be busy of protection that pawn. It means that rook could not be developed on somewhere and improved somewhere else. From another side, white has a very strong bishop, but still, as I told you, the position is very close to equal. It is very close to equal. So this is Mariya against Nino. Nino is thinking in this position. Quite solid games, quiet games, without risking much. Maybe it's a fact of the first day. They decided to be solid. But let's see. The whole game is ahead, and maybe later in couple moves there will be some complications on the board. Okay, dear chess friends, for now we will do a short break. We'll give the time to our chess players to think and consider their next plans, and we will be back shortly. See you soon. And we are back, dear chess friends. Batumi is hosting the friendly champions match between Ukrainian Anna and Mariya Muzychuk and Georgian stars Nino Batsiashvili and Meri Arabidze. So today we have a first day, today we have a first rounds. I will remind you who just joined us that we have 6-round tournaments. 6-round tournament where Muzychuk Mariya is playing against Batsiashvili Nino. They will play 6 rounds, and we have also Muzychuk Anna playing against Arabidze Meri. They also will play 6 rounds between each other, 3 of the white colors and 3 black colors. Today Ukrainian champions are with white color, and now we can go to the games. I am Grandmaster Valeri and Gaprindashvili, and I will be with you for this event. So we can see here Mariya and Nino played a couple moves after our break. It was knight d4, e takes d4, queen d3. Here we stopped. So after that they played only one move. Yes, I'm a little bit actually I'm not surprised. So about 10-15 minutes passed and they play only one move, and that move was queen b6 from Nino and bishop g4 from Mariya. I think queen d7 maybe makes more sense to stop the opponent's bishop g4. Could be more interesting, but Nino decided to play queen b6, bishop g4 and queen b5. That move I like. I like queen b5 as the black wants to trade the queens, and in that case when the a pawn goes to b5, the a file will be open for the black rook, which will start working and pressing the a2 pawn. Because as you see, the idea of the white by playing bishop g4 was to control the c8 square, that the black rook could not go on c8 because the bishop will capture it, right? So this is the only open file on the board, and the whites are going to occupy that file and create their game by putting the rooks there. For example, rook fc1. If it will be white to move, they could play rook fc1 and later enter on c6. Yeah, like this. Okay, so that's why queen b5 makes sense, of course. Also, we have to mention that the queen on d3 is blocking the d4 pawn, and the blacks are trying to stop that blockade and try to push that pawn later. But also we have to mention that the type of the position is not changing. The position is very close to equal. But of course, black has to be more careful, and they are actually. They are. I'm just saying more careful compared to the white, because the black is the side who is equalizing the position, not the white. So with the correct moves and correct decisions, they could do that. And I think queen b5 was a correct decision here for Nino. And as I already told you, it already smells a draw. Maybe I'm wrong, but let's see what happened in this game later. Now let's go to another game that we have. Muzychuk Anna against Arabidze Meri. Meri spent quite much time for the last couple moves. She has now 59 minutes. Of course, it is quite enough for this time control, as they already did 19 moves, and she has to do more 21 moves in almost 1 hour. So of course it's not about the time trouble at all. I just want to mention it, that Meri started playing quite quickly in the opening, and later she started thinking, I mean when the opening was over, she started thinking, so as she's doing right now. This is a position they did one move. They also did one move while we break. Rook a b1, rook a e8, and queen d2. By the way, as I said from the beginning, when the opening was over, it is just necessary to create some counterplay because otherwise it could be that the white's advantage will increase. What is actually Anna trying to do? So queen d2, the point of queen d2 is later to play f4. So after f4, it is very interesting to sacrifice d5 with black. So for example, what I'm considering right now, queen c7. And if the white will play their planned f4 move, for example, d5. Yeah, like this. Hoping that if the white will capture on d5, I will sacrifice that pawn at all and I'll play c5. The white will get more space in the center and king side, and it will be tougher later to create any counterplay if we will not be on time. Because there is nothing much to do with the black. There is nothing much to do with the black. Also could be that it will be interesting to play king h8, but I'm not sure about that. King h8 with the idea to play f5. And here we are, we said king h8 and Meri just played. It is like she heard our thoughts. So king h8 with the idea f5, but actually I like that more. Queen c7 with the idea d5, but okay, Meri decided to play king h8 and later to play f5. It's interesting how Anna will react on the opponent's plan connected to pushing f5. For now, we don't see any of them at the board. Meri just stand up and Anna is not at the table, at the board. And we see Nino and Mariya. So let's go to their game. Queen b5, rook fd1. Of course, Mariya did not capture on b5. After taking on b5, the a file was opening very luckily for black. So, of course, Mariya did not make that decision, and she chose to support her queen on d3 by playing rook fd1. Actually, we like that rook to stay on c1, and that's why we said that the queen b5 was a good move for black, forcing white to put that rook on d1. I think now black could even improve their king side by playing g6. We are very close to equal. There is nothing much to talk about this position. The position is too quiet without any complications on the board. It is too quiet. Okay, let's go back to Anna's game against Meri, where Anna starts thinking after king h8. Yes, f4 is facing f5 with the problem-free position for black. So maybe rook fe1 for white, but in that case the queen just goes on c7. I wanted to put that queen on c7 anyway. So again, the position is very close to equal, very quiet games on the both of the boards happening on the first day of the champions friendly match. Maybe they need some warming up to be more risky, more active, and make the position complicated, as the viewers are interested, of course, in that. And I hope it's gonna happen in our tournament, and we have some complicated games happening there with some sacrificings, attackings, and so on. But we also have to say that all of these participants, I'm talking about the sisters Muzychuk and Nino Batsiashvili and Meri Arabidze, they are quite solid type of player. They don't like to risk much. We can say that they are super professionals and they love to be solid, and maybe that affects on the that will affect on each game of the tournament. But okay, let's see. We will not go too far away, and let's take a look of the games of today, where for now both of the boards are thinking and they are not doing the moves. They are thinking. Here Nino is thinking with black. I'm sure she is considering the g6 move, but I'm not sure she will do that or not. And here we have Anna also. Maybe she was not waiting for king h8, but it's not like a move surprising. This is quite obvious move to get out with the king from the pin, right? The f7 pawn was pinned, and they couldn't push that f pawn ahead. And now after king h8, just in case they need that, they could play f5. Let's start thinking with them. We are having a very simple positions on the board, where we could not consider a lot of different things to talk about. So most obvious here, what seems to me for Anna, is to play rook fe1, of course, because after f4, this is actually what the black wants, right? On f4 to play f5. That was the idea of Meri by king h8. So instead of f4, that's why I'm offering rook fe1. And on queen c7, too equal. It seems to me too equal, because if the white will not play f4, then they could not improve. If they will play f4, then they are facing f5. Yes, that's very close to equal. And here we have Nino. Nino, which is thinking. And we're suggesting g6 in this position for black. Yeah, for example, to play g6. Like this. And if the white will play rook ac1, I think we can consider taking on d3. Take on d3 and rook fe8. Attacking the e4 pawn. And bishop f3 here makes no sense because of rook c8, right? And if white will play f3, here we have to think even bishop g5 is possible. Okay, Nino did the move. She did not do g6 and she did rook fe8. Sorry, here we are, rook fe8. Also makes sense as the e4 pawn is hanging. I mean that the black wants to capture on d3 and then capture the pawn on e4. Why not? Okay, it's too equal. So the position is too equal. Well, nothing so special is happening here. Yeah, maybe just bishop e2 for white. Let's see. On the same time, Anna continues thinking. After king h8 against Mariya Arabidze, she continues thinking. She already spent about 7 minutes on this position, thinking what to do. And there is nothing much to do. There is nothing much to do. It is very difficult to create any kind of troubles to the black's position here. At least I can't see it. I can't see it because f4 is facing f5 everywhere, as we already said. And if not f4, then what? Yeah, good question. I'll be back to the game between Mariya and Nino. And here Mariya is thinking and she did the move. She did f3. That's interesting. She did f3. It is making the dark squares a little bit weak. How dangerous it will be for white, let's take a look. What about queen takes d3? Rook takes d3 and, for example, bishop g5. That makes a very good sense. That makes a very good sense, putting the bishop on e3. stopping rook c1, stopping rook d2, controlling the c file, I mean the c1 square and d2 squares, that the white could not put their pieces there. It is just, okay, a couple moves ago it was very close to equal. I think it is very close to draw now. But black does not have any problems, definitely, that's for sure. But let's see if Nino will make that decision, taking on d3 and playing bishop g5. I think it is the best option here for black to play. And why not, actually? Yeah, why not? To activate the bishop like that, the bishop on f6 is guarding the d4 pawn, and we can say it is a little bit passive. So, compared to the bishop on e3, of course, bishop on e3 is beast compared to f6 square. Let's see what will be there. Okay. I'm going back to another game where Anna finally played rook fe1, which we are talking about quite much. Rook fe1. And okay, what were we saying? We were saying queen c7 here with the black. Seems like fine, queen c7. Yes, queen c7, definitely queen c7. The queen on c7 is quite okay. Still facing f4 with f5, so queen c7. Yeah, we are again there at a very equal position. But Meri is thinking. It's actually interesting. She will do that move or not. Okay, this game is very close to equal, of course, but it's at least a little bit complicated than another game. Let's go back to another game where Nino is thinking. It seems to me there is nothing much to think connected to taking on d3. Yeah, take on d3 and bishop g5 seems to me absolutely okay for black, as bishop on e3 will be quite strong piece. Okay, I want to tell you that white of course could not capture on d4, that just for the chess lovers, that will be just a blunder. Yeah, so that's why white could not capture on d4. And on the next move, bishop e3. Next move, we're doing bishop e3. Yeah, very close to draw. This will be very close to draw. Instead of queen takes d3, what else could we consider for white? But there is actually nothing much to consider if not that. But Nino is thinking. Here we have both Georgians thinking on their moves. It seems like Nino has his move almost ready, and she's double checking that this is what I see on her face. I can't see her thoughts, but what I see on her face, she already has a move. The same we could not say about Meri. Yes, actually Meri has different options. She could play queen c7, she could play queen d8 even. Both of them make sense. Usually Meri loves to think much, and sometimes she's getting in the side note. I don't think that this game gonna go to side note, as they already played 20 moves with the 15 minutes on the clock for Meri, so she has to do another 20 moves in 15 minutes. But I will not be surprised if she will think about 20-25 minutes somewhere on one move. But I think the position is quite simple for that. And she has no needs to think much. Let's take a look one more time at Nino Batsiashvili with black to play here. And she continues thinking. She continues thinking. We're suggesting queen takes d3 and bishop g5 in this position with absolutely equal chances. So as we see in this game between Mariya and Nino, Mariya Muzychuk and Nino Batsiashvili, Nino was prepared a little bit better in the opening because we saw some sacrificing from Nino's side, where Mariya did not accept that sacrificing and decided to continue the solid way, but that solid way on this level mostly goes to the draw. We know that. So with the white colors, maybe it is better to have a little bit more of the advantage, but okay, actually based on that, I'm saying that maybe Nino was a little bit better prepared on this opening, and she felt better herself, with more confidence. Yes, I'm talking about this moment. I will go to that position. I'm talking about this moment in the game where Mariya did not capture on b4. She decided that it will be quite risky, and that's why she just captured on d4. No. Unfortunately, we don't have this position yet. We have this position where Nino is thinking. Nothing is changing on another board. There Meri is thinking. And here we have Nino thinking. I don't want to believe that this is a moment where both of the boards will start thinking for a long time because usually it will be okay if one of the boards will play the move to review that and then go to another, but when they are thinking on the same time, it's not the best option for us. Mostly in the position where it's like too quiet, no complications, no tricky things. Okay. Yes, nothing is changing for now. Nothing is changing for now. Somehow I had a feeling that Nino will do the move soon, but nope. She continues thinking. And if we see how Meri is sitting, I think she start a long period of thinking. She looks like that she's going to think for a long time. So, dear chess friends, now we will do a short break again, as we see nothing so important is happening on the boards. I mean, in importance, I mean that it's not like a very active game for both of the sides. This is very quiet game we are having. And the opponents start thinking much what to create and how to continue. Okay, we will be back soon, and let's see what they will offer us and what they will share with us at their board. See you soon. Hello dear chess friends, we are back from Batumi city, which is hosting the friendly match of champions. This is Ukrainian sisters Mariya and Anna Muzychuk and Georgian stars Nino Batsiashvili and Meri Arabidze. We have first round today in progress, so after the short break let's take a look what positions do we have on the boards. So we start with the Muzychuk Mariya against Batsiashvili Nino. When we left for the break, we had this position on the board. We were considering for black to take on d3 and then play bishop g5. What is actually happened in the game? Nino captured on d3. Mariya captured back, bishop g5, so this is the same line where we are considering bishop d7, rook e7, bishop c6, rook b8, king f1, bishop e3. This is a position. It is Mariya to play. The position is absolutely equal. The position is absolutely equal. I think Mariya should play rook b3. Later to try to play a3, right? That makes sense. That makes sense. But I think the black has a full counterplay here, which is connected to f5. I think they can sacrifice that pawn easily as they are activating their king, and the last rank, back rank, will not be hanging and will not be weak anymore. So for example, if the white will capture on f5, just king f7 with absolutely equal chances. Yeah, there is nothing much to consider in this position, but let's see what happened. For now, what we have this position on the board, and Mariya is thinking. We have couple moves done in the game between Muzychuk Anna and Arabidze Meri, but before that let's get back again to Mariya's and Nino's game. Yes, Mariya played rook b3, this is what we are talking about, and I think the best option here for black is to play f5. Let's see if Nino will do that. Now let's go to the game, Muzychuk Anna and Arabidze Meri. Some interesting things happened here, as I see. We left this game on this moment, king h8, rook fe1, this is what we are considering. We were suggesting queen c7, queen d8 for black here. And Meri played queen d8, rook e2, h6. Now what about h6? Maybe rook e7 was better to improve the position of the rook. Later be queen on the rook. I'll be ready for that with the black, but okay. Meri played h6, queen b4. Not sure about queen b4. What is it actually doing? I understand that Anna is trying to create something somewhere, but black's position is quite solid. So they will not play c5, as after c5 they are giving the d5 square for the bishop. So what Meri played? She played queen f6. Yes, why not? Why not? To support the d4 pawn. Also stopping f4, just in case they are stopping f4. This is a position that we have after 22 moves, but as I told you, Meri spent quite much time on last couple moves. So she has 37 minutes left for the first control to play 18 more moves. Okay, it's not a time travel, of course, yet, but let's see how it goes. Let's see how it goes. I'm thinking about the f4 move here. It seems to me very interesting. Yeah, that makes sense. As there is no f5 to face f4 move that we are talking about for all game since the opening is over, that f4 was facing with f5. Here there is no f5 for black, and if they capture on f4, then the white will capture on d4. And I think with these things, white add a little bit to their position. So they increased the advantage a little bit. So maybe, you know, on queen b4, the first reaction I had was to don't play c5, but now I'm thinking actually why not to play c5? Because bishop on d5 will not be so strong piece, because I can attack at any time with knight b6. So for example, if I play c5 and on queen d2, I'll play rook e7. Here bishop d5 makes no sense at all, because after bishop d5 we have knight b6 everywhere. Problems free, absolutely. So maybe c5 makes sense. Because on queen f6 the tactical chance for white, f4. f4 is a tactical chance. Yeah, because if I don't take on f4 and if I play c5, then the white could play just queen d2. And now they already have f4 on the board without f5 from the opponent's side. Let's see if Anna will play that. f4 definitely makes sense. f4 definitely makes sense. Keeping the advantage for white and actually increasing it a little bit. Now let's go back to Maria's and Nino's game, where Nino is thinking. She's thinking, and let's see if she will do f5 move, which seems for me the best option for black in this position. Because if not f5, then what else? We definitely need the counterplay, okay? I want just to remind to the chess lovers that in the position with the opposite color bishops on the board, it is very important to have your own game and plan, your active plan. Otherwise, if the opponent will get the initiative, it will be like the opponent will be piece up, because the opponent's bishop will start doing the job, and your bishop will be out of service. So g6, this is what Nino played in this position. Sorry, here she played g6. She's preparing f5. I think f5 immediately was possible. If not the best option, it was at least possible to play f5 immediately, to activate the king, to open up the e file. So what to consider here with the white? I think we have to consider a3. As they play rook b3, they have to continue with a3. And as Nino played g6, I think she prepared f5. She has to play f5. And for example, take on f5, take on f5, and take on b4. Bishop d2, yeah. I have that very interesting move. Bishop d2. Of course, with enough counterplay for black. But still, I like f5 immediately. So, yeah, Mariya did the move. She did a3. This is exactly what we are talking about. a3. Definitely f5. If not f5, then the white gonna activate their position quite much. So now it is a time to play f5. It's necessary to play f5. Let's take a look what is Anna doing in that position. After queen f6, she didn't do the move yet. We see Mariya on the camera. She's quite concentrated. Nice view. It's the opponent's turn to play. But as you see, Mariya is thinking on Nino's move. Here we see Nino. Somehow I feel that both of them understood that the position is very close to draw. Okay, Nino played a5. That's a little bit surprising. Too solid, again and again. Okay, this mark we see from the beginning of the game, from both of the sides. They are too solid. They don't like to risk even a little bit. But now or later, f5 is just necessary to play. So, for example, if the white will capture on b4, it's better to trade these rooks. Otherwise, b8 rook is quite passive. Take, take. Rook a4, and I think at least now we have to play f5. Yeah? At least now. f5. So take on f5, take on f5, and rook takes b4. Here I think we have even d3. Yeah, of course it is enough counterplay. Of course, definitely it is enough counterplay. Yeah, still the position is very close to draw. Very close to draw. The only thing that Nino has to pay her attention on somewhere, again, now or later, she has to play f5. She has to play f5. What's going on between Anna and Meri? They have the same position. They have the same position. Anna is thinking. Anna is thinking, so that's why we'll be back to Mariya's game against Nino. So she captured on b4. She captured on b4. I hope Nino will capture with the rook. As I told you, if she captures with the pawn, the rook on b8 will be quite passive piece. She seems to me a little bit relaxed. Nice moment. Considering how to capture on b4. Yes, definitely with the rook. I like more, at least I like more to capture with the rook. Mariya left alone Nino at the board. I don't think that Nino will take much on this move. So that's why we are not moving to another game where the move was played by Anna. Oh, Nino captured with the pawn. I was not expecting that. I was not expecting that. Maybe there is not a big difference, but still, I don't like to have that rook on b8. I think it was better to trade it. Okay, until Mariya is not there, let's go to Anna's and Meri's game. Here it was bishop b3 played instead of f4. Bishop b3, knight c5, and rook b1. Trading the knight on the bishop. I think that will be good for black. Yeah, that bishop was quite strong. That bishop was quite strong. Instead of rook e1, maybe it was better to play bishop a2. Or even don't play bishop b3 at all. Okay, I think that was the chance for white to play f4 here. Yeah, bishop b3, I don't believe in that move so much. So bishop b3, knight c5, rook e1. I think Meri will capture that bishop for sure. So what can be there? The point of Anna. Knight takes b3. Okay, if they take with the queen, there is no problem at all. So maybe she's going to capture with the pawn, and in case the black will play c5, queen a5, and on rook a8, e5. Maybe this is what she wants. It could be. It could be that's the idea for white in this position. Okay, let's see what Meri will play here. Let's go back to Mariya's and Nino's game. Here we have this position. Yeah, Mariya is not there still. So it's going to take a while until the white will do the move. We go back to Anna Muzychuk and Meri Arabidze. Last move was rook e1, and we're considering to take on b3. Okay, that bishop is so strong that it's difficult for me to refuse taking that. I don't know what about Meri, but I will take that bishop for sure. And try to find out something later, how to equalize clearly, but here definitely taking on b3 makes sense. Okay, Mariya is back. Let's go back to her game. I think she will not take much time here to play. Okay, there are two candidates, right? Rook a4 and king e2. She just has to decide which one to play. I'm thinking mostly about the rook a4. And maybe it goes to the same thing after f5. We see Meri on our cameras, and nothing has changed there. After rook e1, Meri is thinking. She has already 30 minutes left, as I told you. She loves to think, and it is move number 24, and she has 30 minutes left. That has to be a small wake-up call. She has 16 moves to play in 30 minutes until the first control. Let's see, she will get to the Sate note or not. Of course, the Sate note will be, the time trouble will be the extra chance for Anna. So it's not necessary to get in the time trouble in this position. Just capture on b3 and later think what to do. With taking on b3, we are not making anything worse, that's for sure. Meri played the move, and she took on b3 as it was expected. Of course, such a kind of bishop has to be killed. Sorry, captured. And it's interesting how Anna will capture back that knight with the pawn or with the queen. Yes, she captured with the pawn. Well, we are talking about that. She captured with the pawn. That makes sense. About this position, we were talking to play. We were saying to play c5 for black, but of course it's not necessary because after c5, queen a5, I don't like a little bit this position for black. Maybe nothing special, but still, as white wants to play e5 somewhere later, maybe let's play queen e5 for black. To put the queen on e5, blocking that e5, stopping that e5 idea for white. And on the same time, maybe somewhere I will do even f5 for black. Somewhere in the correct moment, not immediately, of course. Well, let's see. Here we have Mariya thinking. I'm sure she is considering which one to do, rook a4 or king e2. King e2. Mariya played king e2. Now this is a moment to play f5. If not now, then when to do it? I think f5 is just necessary to do now. The position just calls for it. f5 to open up the f file. Yeah, that's a counterplay to use for black. Otherwise, later it could be quite tough position. So, for example, f5, king d3, take on e4, take on e4, and rook f8. Of course, I'm sacrificing that b4 pawn to enter on f2 with the rook. Actually, that b4 pawn, Nino was sacrificing long ago, so I don't think it is a problem to sacrifice it still. But let's see. Let's see. For me, it seems too obvious and too necessary to play f5. Otherwise, black will be in a very passive position. It looks like Nino is not going to play quickly. She starts thinking. And on another board, we have Meri thinking after c takes b3 that Anna made in the game. Meri's time is less and less and less on each move. Now she has 25 minutes on the move number 25 for her. Meri is going to think here more. Now let's take a look at Nino. Let's take a look at Nino if she is going to think like Meri. Quite much. Nino has 33 minutes on the move number 28 and Mariya has 36 minutes. So they are very far away from time trouble. They have more than enough of it. Seems like Nino is thinking also, but honestly I don't think it is much to think here. f5 is just ready and it is just necessary to do. We have so quiet games that every tiny detail makes a big sense. So we can say that right now is kind of decisive moments in both of the games. Yes, because here if the black will not play f5, then I think that the white will get a little part of advantage at least. And there also queen e5, I will show that position again. Where Meri is playing with the black. Queen e5 is the best option to stop the opponent's active idea connected to queen a5 and e5 later to open up the rooks. on e file, yeah, because if the e file opens up, those rooks will be quite strong players on the board. So I think queen e5 is enough to stop that. We are going back to Nino Batsiashvili with black against Muzychuk Mariya, where Nino continues thinking. It's very interesting what she's thinking about. Very interesting. It seems like after f5 they doesn't have, I mean, black doesn't have any special, I mean, any problems at all. We can say like that there is no problems at all because of f file, the open f file where they create the counterplay. So I will remind you what we're considering for black. This is f5, so king d3, the most obvious move, take, and rook f8. I'm sacrificing the b4 pawn, but entering on the second rank, which will give me the full compensation for the pawn, definitely. Rook f2 will be a very strong piece on the board. Now let's see, for now we have this position where Mariya is relaxing a little bit with the water, and Nino played f5. Yes, it was time, as we mentioned it right after the white's move, king e2. We said that f5 is just necessary to play, and here we are. Nino played f5 after this move. Okay, I can say that for 80% the game goes to draw. But let's see, yeah. Do not hurry, and let's see how they will continue later. Of course, there are some resources still in this position. The evaluation is equal, of course, but it does not mean that it is draw already on the board. Let's see. But I believe this position goes to draw. And another game is a little bit more complicated, as it was from the beginning, by the way. It was more complicated than the game between Meri and Nino. Here, Meri continues thinking. She has, as I already told you, less time on each time. So she's thinking quite much. She has now less than the 20 minutes. She has to be a little bit faster. She has to do 15 more moves. So in 19 minutes, making 15 moves is already a small time trouble. But she's quite experienced in that. I have to say that also, that she's quite experienced in that. She's getting in the time trouble quite often. But it's a position like that needs to think so much. Queen e5 seems like a very obvious move. But she's not going to do it yet. Maybe she will do it later, but that later costs the minutes. It costs the time, which could be the trouble after a couple moves. We have Mariya played the move there. She played king d3. Okay, that was the obvious move. Seems like Nino will not think much there, as for black it is also super obvious to capture on e4. Oh, here we see the fan of the Ukrainian chess players sitting there and looking at the games. It is glad to see such chess lovers which came to the playing venue and sit there to take a look at the Ukrainian chess players. Okay, Meri is still thinking, still thinking. That could be a little bit dangerous from the point of view of the time. It could be a little bit dangerous. Both of the Georgian players are thinking. Okay, Nino does not have any time troubles, but for Meri, as I said couple times, it could be dangerous soon. Nino played her move. She took on f4. Mariya took on f4. Sorry, on e4. Mariya took back on e4. And we are waiting the move from Nino here. As I was saying, rook f8 makes sense. It was as the idea, so maybe I can do it in the best way, best option, better option, like playing first king g7 maybe, and later on rook a4 play rook f8. That also makes sense. Let's see what Nino will decide there in that position. Maybe rook f8 is also okay to do it immediately there. She played bishop f4. Yes, I don't have it on the board yet. We are talking about rook f8, but Nino played bishop f4. Attacking the h2 pawn, simply. And moving the bishop only to e5. That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, in this position there are so many resources for draw that it makes even no sense to comment in details, because as I already said, the position is very close to draw. And we have some moves played here between Meri and Anna. So Meri played c5. This is what I was saying from the beginning, but later I didn't like it because of hanging pawn on a6, and when I support that pawn with rook a8, white can do e5. How dangerous is that? It is very, okay, a little bit difficult for me to say, but seems like whites are getting some initiative. I hope and I believe that the position is still okay for black, but it could be hard to play. It could be hard to play, mostly in the time trouble. Mostly in the time trouble where Meri goes. Yeah? She has 15 minutes and she has 15 moves to do. It seems like it will be a long game. It will be a long game. I'm talking about Anna Muzychuk and Arabidze Meri. And about the Muzychuk Mariya against Batsiashvili Nino, I don't think the game will be long because it is very close to draw and it could be ended up soon. Okay, we will do the short break again and be back soon. See you. We are back, dear chess friends, and our games are going to the final part. So I will remind to them who just joined us, I am Grandmaster Valeri and Gaprindashvili. We have the event happening in Georgia, Batumi, and this is a friendly champions match between the Ukrainian and Georgian women, female chess players. This is from Ukraine, Muzychuk Mariya and Muzychuk Anna, and from Georgia, Batsiashvili Nino and Arabidze Meri. We have the first round today. And let's take a look at the games. We start with Muzychuk Mariya against Batsiashvili Nino. We stopped on the following position when Nino played bishop f4 on the move number 30. After that, it was rook a4, take on h2, rook takes b4, and rook f8. Rook f8, and Mariya is thinking for this moment, and the position seems like very close to draw, as I already told you. So what could we consider for white? We can consider rook b8, but I think here black could play just simply bishop e5. If the white captures here, black captures back. Rook b8, king g7. And if the white push b4, I mean the b pawn, then I have rook a7. I have rook a7 here. And I have the counterplay, yeah, because on b5 there will be rook a3 check. b5 is quite risky because of the rook a3 check. And the blacks are also pushing the d pawn. Or if the white can, wants to do the draw, then they can play rook b7 simply and just agree on draw. Okay, let's see. Let's see how it goes. Here is Mariya to play after rook f8 that Nino did the last move. And now go to Muzychuk Anna and Arabidze Meri's game. Oh, here quite much thing happened. So last moment we have in this game, it was, just a sec, I will go to that moment. It was c5 here, what we are considering and saying that maybe queen e5 was the best option for black. But they play c5, Meri plays c5, queen a5, queen e6. Take on a6, take on b3. Take on d6 and rook c8. Oh, we're pawn down with black, so maybe instead of rook c8 it was okay to create the counterplay immediately and play c4. That makes sense. That makes sense to keep the fast pawn on the board. But okay, let's see what happened there. Rook c8, rook d2, rook d8, and queen b6. This is a position that we are having right now. But how much is it? That is difficult to consider, to discuss. So c4, for example. c4 is kind of necessary to play, to create something, otherwise we will be just pawn down. I like that move, c4. Yes, it's very difficult to use that extra pawn that the white has, as a black activate quite much. They activate both of the rooks, they activate the queen. It could be that even rook d7 is working here for black. There is a compensation. How much is it? It's difficult to say. Maybe it's not enough. It's not enough. But if we compare the chances for black to do the draw and we compare it to the chances for white to win the game, but the position became a little bit complicated for Meri. And let's take a look at the clock. Meri has 11 minutes for the 10 moves to do in the first control. I'm still thinking about c4. Trading the pawns is of course good for black. Any trading of the pawns will make their chances more and more to survive. Okay, here Mariya did the move. She played rook b8 as we were waiting for. We were waiting for that move. Rook b8. Bishop e5. I'm on the same mind. Bishop e5 to play for black. And Nino is thinking what to do, and she played rook f7. She didn't play bishop e5. Maybe she did not see the idea of putting the rook on a7 later, and that's why she played rook f7. I will remind you that we are saying bishop e5 and considering this line with rook a7. Rook a7 is a very strong move. So instead of that, she played rook f7. Sorry, rook f7. Mariya captured on f8. And Nino will also capture back, but let's see, she will capture it with the king or with the rook. She captured it with the rook. The position gets closer and closer to draw. Okay, white could capture on d4, but that extra pawn does not make any big sense. I believe in that, that after king d4 we will do just bishop e5 check. And when the king goes on e3, for example, then we will push our pawns on the king side, playing h5, then g5, and so on. Yeah, that's a full compensation for being pawned down. But for me anyway, it seems better here to play bishop e5. What we are considering? Bishop e5 and go to this line. To just don't be the pawn down. Yeah, just in case. Okay, now Mariya is thinking and we have this position on the board. She played rook b7. So it's giving me the chance to play bishop e5 back and keep that d pawn on the board. With the same idea, for example, on bishop e5, b4, and rook a8. With the same idea of rook a3 check. And if the white wants to do the draw here, they can play rook g7 check. Nice tactics. Take on g7 and take on c8. So it is white, but black to move, and Nino is thinking to play bishop e5 or not. Let's take a look what Meri played. She played rook d7. She played rook d7, as I remember we were considering that move also. But still, being pawned down, I think, was not the best option. So, it is nice to mention that both of the Georgian chess players are with the black colors, and both of them could be pawned down. But very close to draw in case of Mariya's and Nino's game. What's the point of rook d7? It's a point to put it on c7, I believe in that. Yes, the point is to put it on c7. It will be a difficult game for Meri. It will be a difficult game. She's pawned down and she does not have any straight compensation for that pawn. She has just a very active queen on b3 and a little bit better pawn structure. But does it compensate for the being pawned down? It's difficult to say. I think that it's not fully compensating. Okay, I think here Anna will take her time and think what to play. What comes first to the head, this is e5. And she played that. Rook d7, what else? If we play rook d7, we have to play rook dc7. Yes, she did it. will be a tough game for Meri. Anna improved her position quite much, and I think she has an advantage here. She's just pawn up. She's pawn up with some compensation for black, but nothing special. Seems like queen d6 could be done for Anna. And I don't see anything better for black to play than to play queen e6. And it could be this rook's endgame, where the black has a chance to survive, but still, okay, we can just end up with evaluation that the white has advantage here. And we will not go to details, and there will be a lot of different options for both of the sides, but the evaluation is enough there. So queen d6, what else could black play on queen d6? Rook c6 does not make any big sense. It seems like they have to play queen e6, but yeah, wait till that. Maybe Anna will choose another move, but it is a little bit difficult to think about another move for white. But honestly, I don't like black's position. Yep. It was much better a couple moves ago. At the same time, Nino starts thinking for a long time. She spent more than the 5-6 minutes here. She's thinking what to do in this position. So I will remind you that we are suggesting bishop e5, b4, and rook a8. Absolutely problem-free position for black. She has to find that idea, because if she will not find that idea, then that b pawn is just going ahead. Compared to Meri, Nino and Mariya are not in the time trouble at all. They have 5 moves left until the first control, and after the first control they are adding 30 minutes to each player, so they have enough time. They have around 15 minutes for that 5 moves to play. What we could not say the same about Meri's position here. She has only 10 minutes left for the next 10 moves, next 9 moves actually, but that's not a big time trouble. We have to mention that on the same time here. Now Meri's position has bigger problem than the time trouble. This is that being pawned down without a full compensation for it. You can see on the camera the flags of Georgia and Georgian region with a blue and red, and with the red it is the Georgian flag. You can see it hanging outside of our building. Today we're having an excellent weather in Batumi. It's not too hot and it is a nice walking weather. Okay, so Nino continues thinking. She took around 10 minutes already to think about it. And we have a move between Anna Muzychuk and Arabidze Meri. She played queen d6. This is a move that we are considering actually. That's a move. Yes, Anna has an advantage here. That's a fact. That's an advantage there. And Nino played bishop e5. This is also the move that we are considering. Yes, it's difficult even to suggest anything more than the b4 for white. And after b4, rook a8. Well, rook a8 is kind of forcing white to play rook g7. Yes, it seems like rook a8 has to be done. That move has to be done for black. Yeah, without that it will be difficult. So rook a8 is creating the counterplay connected to rook a3 check and then pushing the d pawn. If we don't do that, then we will not be on time and b pawn will be quite dangerous player on the board. It's quite important moment for black. I think Nino will do that move. As actually there is nothing much else to do. If not rook a8, there is no more counterplay there. As if they play rook f2, I think that b pawn is just running away with a p5. Maybe still we have the counterplay here. It's very interesting. No, she played rook a8. She played rook a8 without any headache. Rook a8, and now the whites are kind of forced to play rook g7. Otherwise, rook a3 later will be quite dangerous for them. So I think they are just forced to play rook g7 and just go to this endgame. Meri played king h7. I don't like Meri's position. I don't like black's position. Time after time, it becomes worse and worse. compensation for the pawn does not look like that. When you are doing king h7, okay, whites are just free in their choice, but I think f4 gonna be the most obvious move here. Definitely f4 with the idea f5 later. Yeah. Seems like a clear advantage for white. Okay, another story is how difficult it will be to win this game for white, but definitely the advantage is on their side, and they are the only side who is fighting to win the game. So quite unpleasant game is waiting for Meri. She also has 6 minutes. She has 6 minutes for 7 moves. Okay, it's not a big trouble. She has more troubles on the board than on the clock. And Mariya is making the decision here to play rook g7 and do the draw or try something else. That something else will be quite dangerous. We said about 20, maybe not 20, but 15 moves ago that it smells already with the draw, and here you are. We are very close to draw in this game. On the same time, Anna is thinking how to improve her advantage in this position, and what we are suggesting, this is f4 move. I think this is the best option for white to press the opponent more. Mariya is still thinking on this position. Yes, she has a decision to make. Connect it to rook g7 and okay, just maybe offer the draw. It was a very too quiet game from the beginning till the end. Both of the opponents were too solid and too safe. Yeah, in total, it was a too quiet game. They were playing kind of on distance. Somewhere Mariya tried to activate, but Nino made the correct decisions and put everything on their place and continue quietly playing the solid position, which was actually, we have to say it honestly, the whole game was very close to equal, and later it was very close to draw. And this is kind of the logical ending of this game. I'm talking about rook g7. Yeah, she is thinking quite much. And here we have the new move from Anna. She played rook e4 instead of f4. which I believe also is a good move. Why not? The blacks they have to be fast here to create something, yeah, because well, couple more moves like king h7 and the position will be too difficult. So I think here Meri has to play b4, forcing them to capture. First of all, I'm trading the pawn, and second, doing it with tempo. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I think it is just necessary to do for Meri, because just the moves will be quite dangerous. I hope she will do that move. Otherwise, the position will be too tough for her. Also, 5 minutes for the next 8 moves. She has 5 minutes for the next 8 moves. No, she did not play. She did not play b4, and she played just rook c6. Yes, the position seems worse and worse for black. Now rook c7 back, there will be queen f5 check. And the position is not the same at all. If not rook c7, then what to do at all? Yeah, she played rook c7, but now it's queen f5 check. Yeah, queen f5 check. I believe Anna will do that move. And on g6, just queen f4. And okay, the position is just with the pawn up. Yeah, it's about the tactics then, which Anna is not missing. Believe me, she's not missing the techniques at all. So it will be okay. I'm just repeating, but what else to say? It will be a very tough game for Meri, and I think it will be a quite long game. Let's see what is Mariya discussing there against Nino. She's still thinking. Okay, she has 5 minutes for the next 4 moves to do, but the position is quite simple, mostly if she will play rook g7. I think the next move from Mariya will be rook g7 and on the same time offering the draw. That's why she's thinking so much. Yes, here you are. the move we got, but offering the draw, we missed. So capture, capture. And maybe they will play a little bit more in this position, but of course it is completely equal and just a draw on the board, yeah, because the black king is on time. Yes, a simple draw is happening here. So the super logical ending of this game. B6. King d8, obviously. King d7. Nino played king d7. That was move number 40. So on the clock they added another 30 minutes. So they can think for another 30 minutes, but I don't think that they will continue so long this game. Actually, the white has to be more careful here because they are doing the draw. The blacks are not doing the draw anymore, so white has to do the draw. Why? Because they have only one passed pawn, and the black could have two of them, which could be dangerous a little bit, but only a little bit. Of course, obviously, the position is very close to draw. Sorry, not very close to draw. It is a draw. And here we have Muzychuk Anna against Arabidze Meri, and Anna start thinking for a long time, you know, and she also has 6 minutes, so there is not a big difference between Meri and Anna. Anna has 5 minutes on the clock, and Anna has a little bit more than 6 minutes, and she played Queen f5. But as I told you, the time trouble is not so important in this game anymore, as they have only 5 moves to play, and the position is not so difficult that to consider the different options. Actually, the position is difficult by itself for black because they are pawn down. That's the biggest trouble here. After Queen f5, what to play? The queen goes to f4 after g6, right? She already played king g8. Meri already played king g8. Yeah, it will be a very long game. Okay, that will be a very long game. Another one, Mariya against Nino. I think it will be a very short game from now. This is a position. Mariya played bishop b7, the last move. It seems like she wants to put that bishop on a6, which of course makes sense. It's just a draw. It is just a draw. So we are leaving this game and going to Meri's game with black against Anna Muzychuk. And the position is quite difficult. Different options for white. They can play f4, they can play queen g4. King h2. Anna played king h2 here. Nothing much changing even with that move. Yes, the position is statically bad for Meri. Again, we are repeating that she is pawn down, and it will be a very long and a tough game for her. As for white, it is very important to show the high techniques, which Anna is not missing at all. Queen d5, yes, that's quite expected move. White could play queen g4 easily. Then put the queen on e2, then play f4. Queen g4 seems to me the best. Queen g4 and queen e2 idea. Then later f4, f5. Okay, dear chess friends, we will do another short break now, and we'll be back soon. I think that Mariya's and Nino's game will be over for that time, and we have them as guests. And it will be, of course, very nice to share their feelings and thoughts about the game. So, see you soon. Hello, dear chess friends. We are back and we have the wonderful guests here. I start with our guest in our country. This is Mariya Muzychuk. Hello. And Nino Batsiashvili from Georgia. Hello, Nino.
Hello.
So, before we go to your game, I want to ask a couple questions to our guest, to Mariya. First of all, please tell us your feelings about Georgia, about Batumi. How do you feel here, and if everything is okay with conditions and so on. So, abstractly, how do you feel in Georgia and Batumi?
Yeah, I mean, everything is fine. I've been several times in Georgia and also in Batumi. Last time I was in Batumi, I think during the Olympiad in 2018.
2018.
Yes, and I won the gold medal on my board.
Oh,
yes.
Oh, so it's a lucky place for you.
Yeah, perhaps.
Yeah, okay. Nice to hear it. What about you, Nino? I believe it's not the first time for you in Batumi.
Of course, it's my home city.
Yeah, so everybody knows that Nino is from Batumi. And do you love to stay here?
I always love to stay, to play here, and our conditions are very good, and everything is good for just playing chess.
Yes, we were talking about that before you came here. Everybody loves Batumi. So now we can go about your game. What feeling I had about your game? Both of you were too solid. You were playing too solid, both of you. And okay, I will start doing the moves. And if you have anything to say anywhere that I did not mention, it will be nice to hear. So that was the Sicilian. How often are you playing Sicilian with the black? Is it
I played
basic?
it last time in Olympiads, last year. Last time I played in last year. And okay, I want to make some surprise for Meri.
Yes, it was definitely a surprise because I played this line with black color.
So you never had between each other this opening? I mean, this Sicilian, you never played between each other?
I think no,
before this game. But how many times did you play between each other? Do you remember?
Several, yes.
Yeah, maybe.
Not much?
Not much, maximum 8 or something like that.
Okay, now let's go ahead. I was saying that you were kind of better prepared. What I saw, was it like that? I mean, it was uncomfortable for you, Mariya, this opening?
I wouldn't say so, just because, as I said, I played with black,
so you know it
I'm
very
familiar with all these lines. And I think that bishop e2, when I played, I didn't have these games in my database, so it should be a new move for me. And I was a bit surprised because like there is a line, you know, with g3 bishop g2, like very similar line, let's say some moves ahead, and before knight c2, and let's say like a5, it doesn't matter, because a5 g3.
G3, yeah.
Yes, g3, a5, bishop g2, bishop e6. Yeah, castle, bishop d5, cd, knight d4, and like this line, you know, it's playable, and perhaps it's okay for black, like it's enough for a draw.
Knight d4,
yes,
right?
Knight d4, but with bishop e2, I was not like that sure because it seemed to me that I'm a tempo up. Like g3, bishop d2, it's 2 tempos, and bishop e2 is like only 1 tempo, and so therefore I thought that perhaps it could be better for me. Like this version.
So you made that decision at the board to play bishop e2?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Well, it's a decent move, I think.
Was it a surprise for you, bishop e2?
No, I think here white has many moves and I was prepared, and bishop e2 good move, and after these lines I was always thinking if I lose 1 tempo it will be over for me, because it's going play like this, you need to
Okay, I have a question here. What's going on if the white accept that sacrificing?
Before I don't think this is good for you. After queen b6.
Yes, black
Queen
has
b6.
a good compensation here.
And knight c6?
It's not really pleasant, you know, to put the knight on d3 and just to protect the b2 pawn because my pieces
so that's
are
why
not
knight
well
c6.
placed.
I was thinking about that. Maybe that makes sense.
your idea to, if I take, you take, and after to put bishop c4, bishop d5. Yes.
That's my dream.
That's your dream. And what happens if I take on b2?
B2, right? Interesting what's going on if we take on B2.
It's either white fights something very concrete here, or it should be a draw.
Yeah.
Like every tempo is very important.
So you are not even considering knight b4, like
No, I was,
you knew that it has to be compensation.
Yes, yes.
So I mean not considering in details.
Yeah, I mean, I did not want to take on b4 because it seemed to me that after knight d4 I have more chances to play from it.
Yes, here black need to be very careful, I think.
Queen d3, is it the best to put the queen on d3 or maybe queen on d2 and bishop on d3?
I'm not really sure, but in the variations like g3, bishop g2, white puts the queen exactly on d3. But here perhaps it's also good.
Also black's idea to sacrifice this pawn, to play d3 and after queen d6. And she's making some...
Yeah, maybe for example, let's start with bishop d3 and putting the queen on d2 and trying to play f4 later.
Yeah, but now maybe bishop g5 is more.
Bishop g5 and on f4?
f4, bishop h6 to put like this.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, actually the whole game was very close to equal and later it was very close to draw.
I see. No, because during the game I decided to play bishop g4 and I thought perhaps like in this variation, you know, at least like bishop e2 and bishop g4, like I am in time to stop rook c8.
Yeah, but queen b5 is a good answer for black,
No,
right?
looks like, yes, because now with the pawn on a5, it's not possible to play queen b5, and that's a difference.
After queen b5, I think black doesn't have any special problems.
Yeah, because
no?
if she puts rook c1, rook c6, it will be bad for me, and
Yeah.
I need to play. It's very concrete,
It's necessary to play queen b5. Rook fd1.
Yeah, rook e8 because of if.
Yeah, looks like it's a very good idea. This is like
And this,
change
bishop
in
g5, yeah.
and to stop rook c1.
Yeah.
Yes, and I was thinking maybe you have some idea to put king f2 and take on e3. It's,
Yes, but I did not like it because of f5 and fe. Like the f line will be opened, and with two rooks it will be easy to somehow to regroup
g6,
them. and-
yes, same
Yes,
idea, G6,
exactly.
F5.
So I did not like because of f5.
Yeah. It's difficult to hope here with white more than on draw. No?
Well, if not this counterplay, then yeah, it could be good for white. You just put your bishop on c6, put the
Yeah, but
king on
f5 is
c4,
just
and it
coming.
looks good. But the counterplay
Yep.
will be always there.
So bishop d7. And after that, actually nothing much happened, right? Or there was any
Yeah,
Any
there was some
interesting
tricks
moments?
always. I was thinking.
Yeah, I was thinking about f5 immediately.
Yeah, but she takes, if she takes.
And just king f7.
And why I need to play pawn down?
Psychologically unpleasant. Not everyone is so brave as you, you know.
No, g6 is absolutely okay. Yeah. Take.
Yeah.
Were you considering to take with the rook?
Yes, of course.
Why not?
But then I wanted to play a rook before eb and king e2.
So, for example, this,
King e2,
this, and king e2 and f5.
king d3.
Here is also some idea to give check and go rook d8 for
Yes,
white,
like
yes.
to start to attacking the d6 pawn. But on rook f7 I had something on my mind.
e5
Yes,
maybe.
e5, but perhaps not immediately. Let's say if rook f2, then e5 I want to play. So here maybe rook a4, maybe rook a8. I
Could
don't
be some
know.
tricks, yeah?
Maybe rook a4 here.
Yeah, and it's get
And
it
if
will be
rook
some
f2, then
unclear,
f5.
not position maybe too risky for me. To
So
allow
on
the
rook
c5 and
f2,
d6.
what's going on?
e5. I think it's winning. I have this feeling.
Okay, check.
King e4. d6.
Bishop g5.
Yeah,
What to do?
Yes, true, but for some reason I thought that it was very good for white. So what do you have? I have
Yes,
king
of course,
e5,
you are
I have
more
check.
active than I am.
Mm.
So what to do here for white?
Take maybe pawn on b4.
On b4.
Yeah, and you want to go
And
d3,
rook,
yes?
yeah, and rook b8, then right.
Or just check.
You want to make a repetition, rook e2.
Yes, that's it.
Yes, so king d3. Okay, let's go another way. King d3 and king c4.
Time for check again, maybe.
Yeah, and
C2
king
and
d5, d3.
D3, so he wants to put bishop a4.
Mhm.
Bishop a4.
No, yes, but when? After rook b8, perhaps?
You need to give this check.
Uh,
And bishop a4, I think only one off. And
Can I just take?
Like
okay, maybe
tricky.
this balance it. Still.
yeah. Maybe. d7, yeah.
Yeah, d7, d2, d8. Oh. Take, rook h2. So maybe you just take
There had to be something better for white. Looks like. Maybe back.
Yeah,
What do you
else?
think if immediately e5, maybe e5 and d6?
I'm afraid. Like this. Because if you put king d5, what I will do? I need some very concrete.
That's unpleasant, yeah?
Yeah, it's unpleasant. It's maybe still equal, but it's unpleasant.
Yeah, okay. Why to have a risk?
Yeah, because now if she wants to,
If she plays rook a4 anyway,
no f5.
and she does not have
And
king
now you
d3.
need to take ef, but when you're
Ah.
taking ef, you never have the c5 trick, and it's
Yeah,
no
I see.
problem for me.
I see. So king e2, f5.
And this move 5 fold, I think.
Just to
safe,
stop
yeah.
e5, and I think it was good for black.
Just take here.
Because here I didn't see what to do. Like maybe rook b7, but it's pretty much the same.
Yeah, it's
Take
like
bishop e5.
it's like very close to draw. I mean, it's a draw. No? I don't see any complications you can create or any troubles.
Yeah, but this rook f8, I think it was important move.
Rook f8,
Yeah,
yes,
because
definitely.
if I take, sometimes I'm losing one tempo. Yeah.
Okay, what's going on if you take, actually? Yes, if you
tempo down and
take,
alone.
and just bishop e5.
Maybe it's still okay, but
So rook
So what do I
b8,
have?
right?
Maybe rook a4 I have. No, just not to allow rook a7,
Rook a7.
you know? This move I do not want to allow.
So play this.
Well, I have some ideas here.
yeah, maybe still rook f7 you need to play, but
You have to play rook f7, yeah? And on b4, rook f2. Seems like a draw anyway.
I don't know because we have to calculate like before rook f2, b5, rook b2, right?
Mm-hmm.
And here
Rook g2 maybe.
rook g2,
b6,
b6.
yes.
Okay. Well, before I play before rook f2, and then rook a6 maybe in the end, but I'm not sure. Like rook b2, rook a6.
Here maybe check.
King c4. I wanted to play rook c3, king b4. And that was my idea.
This should be 6.
King b4. I always have bishop a4 later on.
Yeah, a little bit risky for me.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's still I can hold it.
Yeah, after rook f8, it is kind of, for sure that nothing wrong is
Yes,
happening.
and this rook a7 was important also to not get this kind of rook a8.
Yeah, rook a8. Yes, rook a8. Rook a8, rook a3. Okay, people. Thank you very much visiting us, sharing your thoughts, and I wish you the good luck in the next games. Okay, we will be back soon.
Hello, we are back from Batumi where we have the friendly match of champions. This is between the Ukrainian sisters, the strongest ones, Anna and Mariya Muzychuk, playing against the Georgian stars, Nino, Batsiashvili and Meri Arabidze. We have one game over. This is Mariya Muzychuk drew against Nino Batsiashvili, and a while ago we had them guesting us and visiting us. Now we will continue with the game of Muzychuk Anna against Meri Arabidze. The game we have is quite long and they are still fighting, so let's go step by step. We had this position, that's the last position we had before our break, and we have some moves done here after king g8. Anna played king h2. Okay, I will remind you that here we are considering queen g4, and then queen e2 with the simple idea of pushing f pawn. Instead of that, Anna played king h2, queen d5, queen f4, queen b3. Okay, blacks are just staying. What else to do? h4. I don't think that the h4 was a necessary move because it is weakening the king a little bit. Mostly the white has to push f pawn instead. That's my opinion. h4, rook e7, queen g3, g6, queen f4, rook e6, f3, rook e8, queen g3, and queen d5. This is a position we are having on the board. Anna to move, and she's thinking on that move about 10 minutes already, and she has 6 minutes to the end of the game. That Meri has 18. So I think this is the first moment where Meri has more time than her opponent. And it is quite interesting position. f4, yes, it is expecting move. f4, and what could we face with black to that move? I think it is c4. Yes, that's a perfect chance to play c4, and of course black has to use that chance. Let's see if Meri will play that move, and I think she will do. c4 seems the best, definitely it seems the best, as the white could not capture on c4 because of the very simple reason, queen takes e4 and the black will be rook up. And otherwise that c pawn becomes a very good counterplay. I will push that pawn more, right? c3, I will play c3 with black for sure on the next move. Let's see how fast Meri will do that move, because I'm saying how fast because I'm sure she will do that move, because this is too obvious move, a perfect and lucky moment to push c pawn. But let's see how long does it take. Okay, I'm paying our attention on the time, because in the end the time trouble could be the decisive moment, and of course, saving the time on the moves like c4 makes sense. So Meri is going to play, as I see, or she is thinking. I'm not sure. I can't see it. I can't see her right hand. Yes, she played c4. This is what I was talking about. It's not about she will do that move or not. The question was how fast she will do that. So for this moment, Meri has 17 minutes till the end of the game, and Anna has 6 minutes till the end of the game. c4, what to suggest for white? I see two moves there. It's queen f3 and rook e2, or maybe even rook de2. Yes, all of them could be considered. But it is quite complicated game after c3, because at c4, c3, of course, giving a very good counterplay for black, which should be enough to survive, I think so.
Rook d2, yes. Anna played rook d2. Now the whites are not threatening to take on c4 at all. Yes, because if the, for example, if I will do the random move like queen h7 on the board, and if the white will capture on c4, I will capture back. And now I have d pawn as a passed pawn, which is quite a strong counterplay. Let's see what Meri will decide. Here we have the position on the board. I don't think c3 makes sense here, because on c3 I think it will be quite unpleasant f5. So why to give the chance to the white? If not king h7, which was a random move, maybe, but maybe king h7 makes sense, by the way. But I am also considering rook g6 first. For example, let's play rook g6, and on queen f3, then play c3. That also makes sense for the king safety. Meri starts thinking again. By the way, king h7 actually makes sense. We did it randomly, but it makes sense to make that king safer. On f5, there is taking on d3. With the equal chances. So why not king h7 actually? Why not king h7? It seems absolutely okay for black. Or randomly, I think we did the correct move. So just improve the king, and for example, if the white will move like queen f3, then let's play c3. And king is safer than if we compare it to immediate c3 here for black. That on c3, f5, f6 is some unpleasant threats there of the checkmate. It seems like Anna did not get the best from the position where she was just pawn up. I think she could get better position with more advantage than she has now on the board. Because, okay, the main point for this whole game, since black were pawn down, it was very important to create the counterplay. We were talking about that all the time. So now they have the clear counterplay connected to c pawn. This is making a headache to white. And also time trouble is coming, which makes sense, and sometimes it makes a decisive sense. But I hope in this game the result will not be based on time trouble, because it's always pity when somebody is doing the huge mistakes because of the time trouble. It's not like a logical result. So that's why I wish that no one of these tournaments gonna have the time trouble, and they will do their best on each move. So one more time, we are choosing king h7 here with black to make the king safer, and then push c3. Let's see if Meri will do the same. For now, Meri has 11 minutes against 6 minutes for Anna. This game definitely does not look like a friendly game, as the opponents are fighting till the end and doing their best. Being solid is not for this game. The previous game we saw Mariya and Muzychuk against Nino Batsiashvili. That was quite solid game, quite solid and safe from both of the sides. Meri continues thinking. Yeah, it's not easy to decide what to play here for black. There are different options. First of all, it is c3 immediately. Second, it is rook g6. Third, it's king h7. And choosing between them is not an easy job to do. Meri is taking too much time. It's time to make the decision to have the advantage on time. On the board, white has advantage, they are pawn up, so it is very good to have the advantage on time to compensate it a little bit at least. Nope, she is not going to play yet. She continues thinking. So I'll tell you in advance that when the game will be over, we have them as a guess. And of course it will be very nice to hear their thoughts about the game. It is always pleasant to have a guess. And tomorrow we have the second round where they will change the colors. So Meri and Nino will be with white colors. Meri will be with white colors against Anna Muzychuk, and Nino Batsiashvili will be with the white colors against Mariya Muzychuk. Also, on the same time, I will remind you that tomorrow we're starting the World Rapid and Blitz in different age categories, starting from 8, ending with 18, where we have about 500 players from 40 different countries. And it will be very nice, of course, to take a look at their games. We will provide the live broadcasting of that tournament also, as we have quite much free time from this friendly match. When the opponents will be thinking, we will switch to the World Rapid and Blitz and review the games there, mostly in Rapid, because we have enough time to review the different games, and we will try to review the games even during the Blitz. So for now we have 7 minutes on the clock for Meri and 6 minutes for Anna. So Meri equalized the time. She lost the time advantage, and now she has the same time as the opponent. Yes, it seems that the ending of the game will be quite interesting, mostly if both of the chess players will be in the time trouble. And for now, everything goes to that. Rook g6. Meri decided to play rook g6. Actually, we were talking about that move, we were considering that move, and queen f3, also expected move, and now c3. Yeah, this is what we are saying. Let's see if Meri will play c3. Actually, if not c3, then what else? That's also a good question, yeah. There is some tricky move, rook g4. By the way, I just mentioned it. Rook g4. That's a very tricky move. To make the opponent's king more weak. For example, if they play g3, I will go back. And now the white has a weaker king, and also they have no place for their queen on g3. So, for example, on f5, I will do even rook c6. That makes sense. So rook g4, if they capture, if the white captures on g4, then I think I have very interesting c takes d3. Oh, wow, yeah, it's just unusual tactics happening, which is giving a perfect position to black. It seems like they are equalizing the material. So rook g4 is also a tricky move. It's quite difficult to play. Somehow I think that Meri will play c3 anyway, but let's see. Now Meri has less time. She has 5 minutes against the opponent's 6 minutes. But of course she improved her position much. For example, if we compare this position about 10 moves ago, the black's position was much more difficult and the white had a bigger advantage than now. Yeah, again, connected to the counterplay of the c pawn. Meri did what she did. I don't have that move yet. She did rook c6. I think not the best option. Not the best option. So blacks are threatening to push c3. I think white has to capture on c4. But quite complicated position, that's for sure. The position is quite complicated. On the same time, when it is a time trouble, they have 5 minutes. Both of them, they have 5 minutes till the end of the game. So on d takes c4, definitely black will capture with the pawn, because if they capture, for example, with the queen, then after rook d2, d4 pawn will be in trouble. The same could be with the capturing on c4 with the rook. I can play just simple queen d3 and later play rook d2. White will be just pawn up without compensation, but on taking on c4, black will capture with the pawn. Now d pawn will be quite quite aggressive one. So Anna captured on c4, as I see it. Yes, she captured there. I don't think that Meri has to take much time here. That she has just to capture on c4 with a pawn. This is just time wasting now. Why not with a pawn? I don't understand what's going on. Is there any problem? Maybe there is rook d2 and on d3 to play b3? No, that makes no sense, huh? Or it makes a sense. Oh, that could be quite dangerous for black. Oh, that I didn't mention. So, then what to do? Take with the rook? Maybe take with the rook then. Then taking with the rook makes sense. If there is no more option. Quite difficult decision stays against the black. How to capture on c4. I was saying it's time wasting, but definitely it's not time wasting to decide to capture on c4 with the pawn or with the rook. Meri has less than the 3 minutes against Anna's 5 minutes on the clock. And she captured with the rook. Yes, she captured with the rook. Yeah, seems like that could be the best move, better than taking with the pawn. I missed that rook d2 and b3, which could be a big trouble for black. No, queen d3, actually, well, we are considering that on taking with the rook on c4, queen d3. And yes, she did it. Yeah, that rook c6 that Meri played there was a little bit dangerous for black. I mean the moment where she played rook c6 here. Yeah, instead of rook c6, just play c3. Or rook g4, it's the best. But, okay, we have what we have, and we have this position on the board. What to do with black? Maybe queen e6, queen g4 idea. She played b4. Meri played b4. After a4, it seems to me a very tough position for white. For black. a4, of course, makes sense. There will be another problem for black, the a passed pawn. So definitely a4. If the white wants to win the game, they have to play a4. Otherwise, it will be too few pieces, too few pawns on the board. Anna is taking a time also. She has a little bit more than 3 minutes, and Meri has a little bit more than 2 minutes. It already means that they are in the time trouble, which will increase a little bit later. Let's see how they will do blitzing. a4, definitely. I don't know why Anna is taking so much time, what she is worried about. a4, a5, I can sacrifice that pawn later anytime. And okay, I'm not sacrificing, I'm actually trading the a pawn on the d pawn, where I will be just pawn up. So of course a4 is the best option. Now Anna has less than the 2 minutes, and Meri has more than the 2 minutes. Time pressure. Time pressure is sometimes making us to do the incorrect moves. Like a takes b4, for example, here for white, when the a4 is a much better move. She did something absolutely different. She played e6. So this is what I was talking about, time trouble. Time pressure, nerves, everything all together, and finally we're getting not the best move. So on e6, I think black can just easily capture with the rook. And when the rook takes, f takes. So why she sacrificed the pawn? It's a little bit difficult to understand. So maybe rook e5 and queen g6. So for example, rook e5, black play queen c6, white play queen g6. Just queen d7. And on taking on e6, I'll go even rook c8. Yes. I will do that. I will sacrifice another pawn, but later I will push my d pawn. The position will be too interesting soon. Okay, let's see what Meri will play. I don't think she has to think much here. Yes, she captured with the rook. And the time trouble starts. When there is less than the 1 minute on the clock, of course, definitely it is a time trouble. So Anna has 50 seconds now, and Meri has a little bit more than the 1 minute. She has 1 minute and 18 seconds. So this part of the game, when the opponents are playing on the time trouble, somehow I'm comparing it to the penalties in soccer, where the nerves are making a very big sense. Okay, Anna played the move, she captured on e6, and Meri captured back. Rook e5 seems the only move that creates some troubles to black. Nothing much, but anyway. If Anna sacrificed that pawn, she is going to play rook e5, of course, and she did it. Meri did not answer queen c6 yet, she is thinking, and yes, she did queen c6. I think the next move is also clear. She will play queen g6 for sure. Meri has an advantage on time. She has 2 minutes and Anna has only 30 seconds. And of course she did queen g6. Now let's see what Meri will play. Well, we are considering queen d7, but I think queen d6 is also possible, as queen d6 is tapping rook e6 because of queen f4. And then just simple rook c8 if I need so on king h3. So let's see what Meri will play. She has 2 moves, queen d7 and queen d6. As we mentioned from the opening, we said that it will be a very long game, and here you are. They are playing almost 5 hours, and nobody knows how long it will take more. Nobody knows that. Now Meri also has less than the 1 minute. She has 59 seconds. So here we are, the classical time trouble with a complicated position on the board. Very interesting ending of the game. Less than 30 seconds. For Meri. Less than 10 seconds and it's time to do the move. Oh, rook c2. It could be the mistake. Yes, she played rook c2. I'll do it on the board. Rook c2. On rook takes e6, there is rook takes g2. That's already very good. Rook takes g2. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. And now blacks are threatening to play d3. So, for example, if the white will play just a takes b4, that happened in the game, I think black could do d3. D3 is creating a very nice threat that if the white will play b5, I think we have queen g2. Take on g2, take on g2, king takes g2 and d2, and blacks are even winning the game. Yes, black played d3 in this game. Threatening to take on g2. It's a deadly threat where the blacks are just winning the game. So if it is black to move here, just take on g2. Mostly with a rook, but okay, with the queen is also possible. But anyway, Anna has to take care about less than 5 seconds. Rook takes e6. It seems like she's okay on draw. It seems like she's okay on draw. Yeah, what to say? Difficult game, but minus plus obvious result. Minus plus obvious result. No, sorry. It was not like that in the game. It was queen takes e6. Right? Just a sec. It was queen takes e6. Yes, it was queen takes e6. Queen takes, rook takes. Yeah, it's okay, what to say. The best option there could be the 3 pawns against the 2 pawns on the same side, which is theoretical draw, of course. So rook takes b2. Maybe b5, no, not even b5, so it's just a draw. It's just a draw, blacks will not be even pawn down. Yeah, it seems like a completely draw. Rook d6, so definitely black will capture on b4. Yes, they agreed on draw. They agreed on draw. Interesting game. It was an interesting game. Now we will go to the very short break, and we will be back with the guests. With a very wonderful guest that we are waiting for. So see you soon. Dear chess friends, with smart and beautiful guests here. We have Anna Muzychuk from Ukraine. Hello, Anna. And Meri Arabidze from Georgia. Hello, Meri. So actually I wanted to ask you a couple questions not connected to chess, but I understood that you will be quite tired now after 5 hours of fighting. So let's go straightly to the game. Let's start, and anytime you like me to stop and pay my attention on your thoughts, I'll be glad to hear that. So knight f3, knight c6, we have a Spanish defense here. Is it the regular opening for you, Meri?
No, as usual I play c5 with the first move, but today I decided to
make
play
a
e5,
surprise. Okay, did you ever play between each other? Is it the first time you played?
No.
Yeah, we have played earlier.
Couple times or even more?
Yeah, a couple of times.
Okay. So I'm not stopping at the part of the opening, as it is quite a well-known thing. Take, knight d5 and knight d7. h3. Were you considering anything else here than knight d7?
No. I need
So
to
you were prepared on that,
Yeah,
as
yeah.
I see. Okay. Was it a surprise for you, Anna, to play that e5 from Meri?
Well, a bit, but still Meri has already played it quite many times. So.
Okay. So take on e7, and take on f3. Here you played c6.
Yeah, I had knight c5 here, but bishop d5, rook c8, maybe it's also possible to play.
Yes, well, we are considering here for black to create a counterplay connected to c5, knight b6, and rook c8. This is what I was like thinking. Maybe it works for black better than c6 because it seems like a little bit passive, no?
But my plan is to knight c5, knight a4, and protect d5 square with c6.
Okay, what you actually did in the game.
Yeah.
Knight c5, bishop a2, knight a4, rook a b1, rook a e8, queen d2, rook fe1, queen d8. Nothing much to talk, yeah?
It's more or less equal, but
More or less, yes, but anyway, the white are slightly better. I mean, you have to equalize that. The whole game was like that.
Because I don't have direct plan.
Yeah.
I just hold the position.
And here Anna started to create the troubles with the queen b4. After queen f6, actually, I was considering f4 move. Did you see that move? Did you
Yeah, it
consider?
was like the second option. I was choosing between bishop b3 and f4.
Maybe f4? I mean, what you didn't like on f4? Did you miss that move? No.
Maybe c5 and queen a5.
No,
I
on
thought maybe
c5 we
d5.
can do queen d2.
Queen d2. Okay.
Like this.
And what is white's plan?
That's a
If I
good.
just
That's a
play-
good question. But I put f4.
Maybe bishop b3.
f5 will
B6
be
and rook
nonsense,
f4.
right? Or later, if I play f5, that makes no big sense. I don't know. Maybe it makes some sense.
But I have good black squares, so f5 is...
Yeah. Okay. That was second option, as Anna said. That was the option. Yes. Bishop b3, knight c5, rook e1, take on b3, take on b3, and c5. What you were considering more than c5? For example, I was considering queen e5.
Yeah, me too, but I spent a lot of time here. And finally I decided that after c5 I had compensation for a draw. So
But did you? Did you have it? Were you considering queen e5, Anna? Here?
Yes, I thought it's the best because
Yeah.
I'm not
Queen
sure
A5,
that was queen a5,
yeah.
rook a8, and then followed by c5.
Yeah. Queen e5 is somehow stopping that e5 idea, right? For example, on c5, queen a5, if you play rook a8, then it's e5.
Yeah.
Maybe obviously it's not a big advantage for white, but it's quite unpleasant to
Yeah.
play for black.
That's why
Yeah?
I played queen e6 and this line.
Yeah. Okay, but queen e5, I think it seems actually better, yeah? Okay. Queen e6. Take on d6. This. Rook d7. And honestly, I didn't like the black's position here already. Some compensation, but actually what? You just activate the queen. 6. Anna was also doing everything well. H7. Rook e4. C6, queen d7, rook c7. So you missed somewhere, Anna. What feelings do you have? Where did you miss that advantage, what you actually had here, right?
Right here, I thought that the compensation is quite enough for holding, but
Yeah.
then okay, there were many moves.
What about the plan, for example, putting the queen on e2? For example, queen g4 and queen e2, and then push f4 without h4 to don't make the king weaker.
Okay, it depends, because if you put a queen on e2, then black plays queen d5 and rook e7, rook e6. And if I play f4, then
Or rook d7.
maybe
Is that
f5
c4?
could be an issue.
So, for example, queen g4 here, then what?
Okay, queen d5.
Queen
Queen
d5.
d5, maybe
Ah, maybe
before,
before, yeah.
because-
You had some.
So maybe rook e7.
Let's decide which one.
So rook e7.
Rook e7.
But I don't know, before what the move, CP, AP and check, C2.
And f4, okay.
Or maybe c4. No.
I have to do something.
Mhm. If I take,
Maybe C3? No, rook
Yeah.
D8.
so I'll take rook d8.
Well, I had to push f4 sooner or later. I just we were in the time travel
Yes.
and we just
Yes, you have to, because, okay, it seems to me that h4 was the extra weakness of your king, right? Is it doing much there? I mean, better for you than for the opponent?
Yeah, maybe it was not necessary.
Okay, so that was not here. It was king h2, queen d5, queen f4. h4, k7, queen g3. Yeah, here it's already difficult to create, to improve the position. G6, queen f3. Here I saw a very interesting move for black, that's rook g4.
Yeah.
You were looking at that? Why not to play?
After DC,
Hmm?
DC, take.
And if you take it back?
And queen g4, d3, and somewhere
Just
e6
back.
so was more.
G4, D3.
Maybe queen f3 because black didn't get anything.
Queen f3 here. Wait a sec, when you take on c4, don't I have anything else?
No,
Like,
after bc e6
here.
is not possible.
okay, first check this. What's
Check.
going on here? Take, then king
Okay,
g3, right?
Yeah.
And queen d8.
Oh.
Maybe then rook h1 and
Rook d4.
Rook h1 here first?
No, I mean
Where?
no. Okay, queen d8. Well, but at the very least I can just
d4,
take
just
rook d4
and
yeah,
king
so-
h4. G5 or what?
I don't know. If I even take on c4, is not it enough to hold the position?
No, b takes c4 should be enough, but still a blunder.
So maybe rook h1 then, what you were saying here, right?
Okay, here it's not possible because the queen is hanging. So
Oh, queen is hanging, oh my god. So queen d8 is...
no, I meant in a different position. But
Where? Any anywhere which is
no,
helpful
I
for
calculate
what?
like after queen d8 I start, but taking on b5, but maybe taking on d4 is...
So this line, take on h4, king g3, queen d8, but taking on d4, right?
Yeah, but I meant like if taking on b5, then
If
rook
taking on
h1
b5,
and,
yes. Yes, because if the white will play g3 here after rook g4, then you just go back, and that's actually okay, no? To make the opponent's king a little bit weaker, I mean the white king.
I don't know, after rook c6, c3 is...
Or maybe
Then
c3
wait.
immediately, why not?
immediate. Maybe.
But then f5?
And
f5,
then rook c6.
and
yeah.
then rook c6.
Oh, no, yeah. I was not going to do that.
Yes, f5 was working here on
yeah,
c3.
c3, f5.
So after rooks, because after rook c6, take on c4, and okay, what's going on here?
Yeah, this was better. But like rook d4.
Maybe this does not work.
d3.
d3 and b3. No, b3 just c3 there, right? You will play just c3.
Rook d3, queen d3 and then c4. Oh no,
Rook
there's a
d3,
reason.
queen
That
b3.
does not make sense. So rook d3, there is queen takes b3, right?
I don't know, but maybe taking on d4 simply and...
Taking on d4, yes.
Yeah, take, c3. No, taking on s3.
Oops. Wait a sec, I don't understand. Yes, take and c3,
Yeah.
right?
But then I mean, I can take on c3 and play king g3 and f5 and...
Yes, you are on time to play f5. That's important detail, right? Yeah, difficult to say anything. But what happened in the game? Rook takes c4, queen d3, b4, y6. You missed something?
I missed rook c2 and I mean, I can just play a4 and...
a4,
Yeah.
a4. a4, and somewhere it seems like a pawn will trade on d pawn. It will be just pawn up.
Maybe
Isn't
even
it?
a6 is winning, but...
e6. Okay, let's take a look at that. Take. Rook e5, queen c6. Honestly, here I took a look at engine to find out what's going on, and it says also queen d6 and queen d7. I mean, just queen d6, for example.
Or I was considering queen d7, rook e6, rook c8.
Yes, just go back.
But then rook d6 and a takes b4.
Sorry, what did you say?
No, if queen d7, rook e6, rook c8, then
Rook
rook
d6,
d6
yeah.
And rook d8. Like that. This.
No, rook d6 first. And then a take... no.
Yes, sorry.
Here, rook d6.
Rook d6. That I don't remember.
Queen e7, maybe?
Oh, queen e7.
Yes, but
Yeah.
take on d4.
No,
Queen
h4 is hanging.
h4 is
Yeah.
hanging. Yep. Yep.
I don't know, but I made rook c2 on the 2 seconds.
Yeah, why not? Why not actually? Why not rook c2? But queen d6 is very interesting, you know. That on rook e6, they're taking on f4. Yeah. Okay, but rook c2 is also quite enough.
But if I play instead, okay, 8x before is clear, it's a draw.
Ah, okay.
There was a 5 move, kind of.
F5 here?
Rook this, queen d6, and check on e8, and then queen e6.
So f5, you are saying here f5.
Queen d6 only move, I think.
Is it only move? D3 makes no sense. Huh?
No, f6. Maybe f6. Rook e6 also.
Yes, but after queen d6. Sorry. What to do here?
Maybe, okay, take
Maybe.
on e6, take on a3.
Promoting makes no sense, so they capture back, right? Yeah, promoting makes no sense.
Yeah, and then this endgame like d3, 7, d2.
No, rook d5.
Yeah, but
I know.
okay, it was practical in the end.
If I play queen b8,
Queen b8 here.
yeah,
Check.
check and king h8, for example.
Begin h3.
Rook c8, no, queen d6 and f6, yeah.
It's actually interesting
Yeah,
what's
f5
happening
was
here
the
after
best
f5.
try.
And in the time trouble, of
Yeah.
course, it is very difficult here to do the correct moves.
Maybe this idea was also after AB.
No, after AB I cannot because you take on g2 and I'm even losing.
No, not here. I mean,
After AB,
d3.
it is
F5
just
you take on
losing.
g2.
Now you are threatening to capture on g2, and you are winning the game at all.
Actually, I was going to play that, but
F5 here?
yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh, I missed this.
I mean, when I was taken on before then.
Okay, so we just have to find out what's going on after f5 clearly for black to don't be in the trouble.
On the seconds it's losing for black. So many threads.
So what is threatening right now?
Rook takes
f6,
e6.
rook e6, everything.
But I have some queen c7 there, no?
And then queen e6, it's the same position.
Okay, if I take on a3, for example, just to check it.
You are so brave.
What else to do? That's not my game. That's why I'm so brave.
Rook e6.
Check.
King h3.
Knight dying with checkmate. Seems like that. Yep. I think we have to think another 1 hour on this position, so let's delay it for the next time.
We need the engine.
Engine, I don't see it here. Okay, anyway, let's leave this question open. So it happened what happened. Just a draw after this. Yeah. Okay, people, thank you for visiting us, sharing your thoughts, and wish you good luck in the next rounds. Have a nice evening. Thank you also, and today we are ending up with that, and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
ბათუმი კიდევ ერთი საჭადრაკო ზეიმის მასპინძელია. 5-12 ივნისი. მსოფლიო ახალგაზრდული ჩემპიონატი სწრაფ და ელვისებურ ჭადრაკში. პლანეტის 457 ნიჭიერი მოჭადრაკე FIDE-ს უმნიშვნელოვანეს ღონისძიებაში.
მოხარული ვარ, რომ ბათუმი როგორც საერთაშორისო ღონისძიებების მასპინძელი ქალაქი წელსაც უმასპინძლებს ჭადრაკის მსოფლიო ჩემპიონატს და წარმატებები მინდა უსურვო 38 ქვეყნის მონაწილეებს ამ ჩემპიონატში.
გაიმარჯვებს ის, ვინც მოულოდნელ გამოწვევებსაც კი სწრაფად და სწორად უპასუხებს.